fever, and the only prescription is more cowbell.
This is beyond my wildest dreams that we're making a documentary.
Ayo, and welcome to today's video. I'm going to be walking you through some animation replication, and the first thing we're going to be looking at is animontages. Now, animontages may not be the way you replicate animations in a game, but this is the very baseline of replicating any animation, really. It's like the most basic way to replicate any animation, let's say that. So I've got this button which I was going to do a volt animation, but it didn't, the root motion wasn't working for some reason. I'm not the best at animations in Unreal. So ignore it saying volt, it might be a bit confusing and there's volt everywhere in the names of things, but anyway, so press on. This is a force and update node, and now this will force the server to do whatever is after this node. So sometimes a server will go through and try, and there'll be RPC calls that will get missed. This makes sure that the code, whatever is after this, is run on everyone's machines across the network, or the server sends out this message. Make sure it sends out this message. This is very important for server optimization, which I can talk about in another video. Anyway, so for this to work, I've done this switch has authority state to be a little bit more efficient, because on the authority I'm just calling a multicast set movement mode, right? And this is so it stops the character moving, and then I have a multicast to play a montage, which the animation montage, which is the most basic way to play an animation in Unreal, in my knowledge anyway. And then so if it's a client using this, then it's going to have to call from server to multicast, because that's the only way it can spread the information around. When it's already the server just needs to tell all the other clients. When it's a client, it needs to tell the server to tell all of the other clients, because that's the server client model, or the client server model, sorry. Okay, this is a flip-flop, because when I press it again, it's going to set me to walking. Okay, let's test it out. So I should see I can't even move on my server. If I press space, it should be dancing. Why isn't it dancing? Okay, for some reason, play animontage does not want to work. So I'm gonna try doing play animation. That's got the thriller, animontage, it's got the play rate, which is not being used now. Let's see if that works. Okay. For some reason, play animontage did not want to work. So if I press this, he should be dancing for everyone else, which he does seem to be. He's having a little boogie. We can all just start breakdancing. And I wonder now if that will work with the current implementation of my animation blueprint. So let me just add that back. Come into here, and I'm going to try to move. I can't move on my server. Start dancing. Boogie, boogie, boogie. He's boogieing. The next thing I want to talk about is property replication. Now, as you can see, I already had the animation blueprint working. So let me just pull that up so you can have an idea of how that is working. The main way to get replicating the animation state machine is to have it successfully use variables that are replicating currently inside of a character, or a pawn that the player is controlling. So if you take a look at this, it is calculating from the velocity and the active rotation, these variables. This is fine because the character's position and velocity is taken into account when the engine replicates the character movement, because that's already built with replication in mind. So these things will work on every single machine. But things like the actual, how does your character transition from idle to moving? How does that work? So for that to work, you're going to have a current state, or you could do it with Boolean variables, but an enum, if you don't know what that is a very good thing to use with the state pattern, which is what this is. This is an animation state machine, a state machine pattern. If you don't know what patterns are, then ignore me. But so yeah, so I'm setting the current state which matches with the current state on the character. The character is replicating this state because every time it's called on a server call, and this property is replicated. This variable is replicated. That tells the engine to look for this variable every time it tries to replicate properties of this character, of this pawn, whatever this object is. Okay, so for this should really be on a has authority node, because these variables are set to replicate, which actually they probably don't need to be. And this is because if I get rid of this and I did this, the only reason I had them replicated was for the vault-in mechanic, which is not working. So the reason this is fine to have these variables not replicated is because the event tick is called by server and client. And server and client have access to both all of these variables in their own way, because the character component is replicated. Now these each machine can calculate that this velocity is greater than the length of it is greater than 3, so they can both set the variable, because both client and server is calling this. If I want to prove that to you, I could put a print here, and this is going to say client and server said hello, like repeatedly. And if I get 3 of these guys up, you can see that they're replicating the state. So it's showing me that this character is now running around.
Sometimes you just need a moment.
What's up guys, welcome to new Unreal Engine 5 tutorial, and today I'm going to show you on how to replicate an animation montage. So you will be able to play an animation in all the players in a multiplayer game. This video is going to be very easy to follow, so let's get started. Alright, so the first thing that we have to do is just go into the third person character, or whatever blueprint you're using for the player. And let's say that, for example, if I hit E, I want to play an animation montage. So I would just find the E key, and the normal thing you would do is you say play anim montage, and then you would just say select the animation montage that you have. In my case, I have like one animation here, so I'm gonna use this one. So if now we compile and save, and in here I have set to be 2 players, and the net mode I'm gonna play so it's in both they're playing as a client. Of course, it will work as this is in one is a client and one is a server, but I'm just gonna do that these both are client. Okay, it will work for both. Okay, so now if I press play, you can see that both actually appear. So I will be playing as the guy in the left. So you can see if I hit E, you can see that the animation actually plays, but only in my screen and not in the other player, which is in the right. So let's make that it will actually synchronize. So to do this, what we have to do is create an RPC. So this will trigger in a custom event. So basically, we're gonna make an RPC. An RPC is like a network's message that will send from one player to another player, or also from the server to the players, etc. Okay, so it's like a message that will occur in the network. It's very used in a lot of games. So we're gonna make it RPC play animation. Okay, so basically I'm gonna get that off, and we're gonna go ahead and select the event that we have created. We're gonna go into the replicate section. I'm gonna say that this will run on this server. So basically the players will call this function, it will go into the server, and now we'll do one more thing. So first of all, in the E key, so we're gonna call the RPC. Alright, and now we have to actually make another custom event, which this custom event will be the play animation in its core. So just plug it in here. So we have to click on this new animation event that we have created, and just go into replicates. I'm gonna say multicast. Basically, multicast will do it in all the clients, okay? But it has to kind of be called from the server to be able to, do it. So now in the RPC, we can just say play animation, use the function, okay? So basically what we're doing is just when we hit E, we launch a message into the server saying, hey, I want to play this animation for all our players. So it will actually make a multicast and it will play it. So now we hit compile and save and press play. I'm gonna make this a bit larger. Also ignore the nav mesh. I don't know why I have it here. But if now I hit E, you can see that in both screens my player will be playing the animation. And if also I go ahead and manage to change of screen, also it plays. And also it will play if I go to net mode, listen client. So for example, right now the left is the client, it works, and the right is the server, and it works. So that's it, guys. If you found this tutorial useful, please drop a like, subscribe for more Unreal Engine 5 tutorials. Check out all my other videos that I have, they're very useful. And leave a comment with another Unreal Engine 5 tutorial they want to check out. And with all that said, bye bye. Select the animation mods that you have. In my case, I have like one animation here, so I'm gonna use this one. So if now we compile and save, and in here I have set to be 2 players. The net mode I'm gonna play so it's in both they're playing as a client. Of course it will work as this is in one is a client and one is a server, but I'm just gonna do that these both are clients. Okay, it will work for both. Okay, so now if I press play, you can see that both actually appear. So I will be playing as the guy in the left. So you can see if I hit E, you can see that the animation actually plays, but only in my screen and not in the other player, which is in the right. So let's make that it will actually synchronize. So to do this, what we have to do is create an RPC. So this will trigger in a custom event. So basically we're gonna make an RPC. An RPC is like a network's message that will send from one player to another player, or also from the server to the players. To do this, what we have to do is create an RPC. So to do this, what we have to do is create an RPC. So this will trigger in a custom event. So basically we're gonna make an RPC. An RPC is like a network's message that will send from one player to another player, or also from the server to the player. Message that will send from one player event. So basically we're gonna right? So let's make that it will actually synchronize. So to do this, what we have to do is create an RPC. So this will trigger in a custom event. So basically, we're gonna make an RPC. An RPC is like a network's message that will send from one player to another player, or also from the server to the players, etc. Okay, so it's like a message that will occur in the network. It's very used in a lot of games. So we're gonna make it RPC play animation. Okay. So basically, I'm gonna get that off, and I'm gonna go ahead and select the event that we have created. We're gonna go into the replicate section. I'm gonna say that this will run on this server. So basically, the players will call this function, it will go into the server, and now we'll do one more thing. So first of all, in the E key, so we're gonna call the RPC. All right, and now we have to actually make another custom event, which this custom event will be the play animation in its.
AT&T Business helps us make quick work out of big uploads.
So many uploads.
Client says bigger.
Earn rewards earlier and more often.
Hello everyone, today I'm going to show you a method to replicate animation montage with a count for the network delay. So here now you can see this one is client. If I press 1, you can see the animation montage to equip the sword is being played in all 3 instances, and it replicates from client to client, client to server, server to client in all the ways. So here now this is the server. You can see the montage is replicated. So this is actually the project that I worked on, the action RPG game using gameplay ability system. But to follow this montage part, replication part, you don't really have to follow this project, this action RPG project. You just need some animation montage playing mechanism, that's all. And here we are going to use a rep notify function with the montage data structure that contains the animation montage, play rate, start section name, and trigger time. So using this data, we will be accounting for the network delay and play the animation montage after replicating accordingly in each instances of the game. So yeah, that's what we are going to do today. And before we get started, as always, I'd like to remind you, you can download the project files of this project and all other thousands of projects I have done in my channel. To the date, there are over 1800 videos, so for each video you can access the project files once you become a patron member without any limits. I'll leave the link in description below. Feel free to check it out, and let's get back to today's tutorial. Okay, so here I have marked this number of players as 2, and now I'm playing as client, and here I'll choose new editor window, and here I got 2 windows. Now one is both are clients. So if I go here, now you can see in both windows I have a sword picked up, and if I control this character here, now I have collected that sword as well, and both characters now do have a sword. But however, if I press 1 to equip the sword, only in the local instance I can see the animation montage is played. The weapon goes into the hand in both instances, but the animation is not playing. So here, if I now I have focused on this one, if I press 1, you can see I pick up the sword, but in this window you didn't see the animation. That's because animation montages are not automatically replicated, and we are going to see a proper way to replicate these animation montages now. And so before that I have to mention that I have make sure that you have marked as replicate an instance per actor for this GA collect sword. This part is not relevant for the animation montage replication, but just for the sake of continuity of this series I have to show this. And here, and also make sure your sword is marked as replicates and your collectible is also marked as replicates, and the character is marked as replicates by default, so it should be there. Okay, now this is where I play the animation montage when I equip my weapon. So it doesn't matter what event that you are calling this play animation montage. So the important thing is whenever you play an animation montage, it doesn't replicate by default. This is common for any place, not just for this place. So to address this problem, I'm gonna create a new function, a new custom event. I'll call it play montage replicated, and here I'm gonna use this mesh play animation play montage node, like wait, not this one, I'll use this play anim montage, and here I'll promote this one as an input parameter, and I'll promote this to a variable, and anim montage name is alright, so I'm going to use that like this. And once this duration is over, I can no, that part is not important for now. And also I'll promote this play rate as a input, and also this section name. Okay, now we have 3 elements, so it would be better for me if I have only one instruct that holds all these 3 elements when I want to do the replication. So therefore here let me create a new folder structs, and let's create a new structure s montage. Okay, now first thing we need is the anim montage. This should be in the type of anim montage object reference, and the next thing we need is play rate and section name start. Also I'll add another parameter, start, not start, triggered time, and this should be float. Okay, save. Now here I'll rename this as montage data. Hello everyone. Today I'm going to show you a method to replicate animation montage with
What's up, I'm Beebs, and in this Unreal Engine 5 tutorial, we're going to quickly cover how to replicate montages in multiplayer so that the animations montages show up on the client and the server correctly. This is a little different from setting up the animation blueprints so that those type of animations are replicated, and those you just want to replicate the variables. And here we're going to set up the RPC calls, which will correctly get animations to play on the appropriate client server model. Yeah, cool. Let's get started. All right, so this is a third person template that I'm in. Don't mind all this. This is a sandbox project. Anyway, so in our third person character, which for you will be in content third person blueprints, we're gonna go in here and we're gonna create a new custom event. A custom event we're gonna call, let's say, play multiplayer animation. Boom. And let's go right click montage, play montage. This will be the animation that we play. Get our skeletal mesh component. Let's find an animation. You probably, I don't know what kind of animations you have. I just happen to have some because I was setting these up. So you probably already have animation in your project if you're watching this video. If you don't, you're going to need to. So this is the one I'm working with. Sweet. It's the Sparrow entry-level start animation. So let's just, for test purposes, in our begin play sandbox project. Anyway, so in our third person character, which for you will be in content third person blueprints, we're going to go in here and we're going to create a new custom event. Custom event we're going to call, let's say, play multiplayer animation. Boom. And let's go right click montage, play montage. This will be the animation that we play. Get our skeletal mesh component. Let's find an animation. You probably, I don't know what kind of animations you have. I just happen to have some because I was setting these up. So you probably already have animation in your project if you're watching this video. If you don't, you're going to need to. So this is the one I'm working with. Sweet. It's the Sparrow entry-level start animation. So let's just, for test purposes, in our begin play, let's call that multiplayer start thing. Play multiplayer animation. So this is like our base, because it's a montage. Double check that. Have it set to default slot. This is as a default slot group. To play. Alright. So that was a headache. You shouldn't have to deal with that. Now, of course, this is broken. Because why? We probably didn't exit the animation.
Taxes was waiting and wondering.
So let's play this montage instead. Play, disable, there we go. Okay, so we got that. I'm gonna change our team color because pink's getting a bit obnoxious. Let's do like a cool blue or some sort. A greenish blue, actually. A greenish blue. Is there such a thing? Turquoise, teal. There, but let's go darker. Boom, that's a decent color. I set this up in another. Disable. There we go. Okay. So we got that. I'm gonna change our team color because pink's getting a bit obnoxious. Let's do like a cool blue or some sort. A greenish blue, actually. A greenish blue. Is there such a thing? Turquoise, teal. There, but let's go darker. Boom, that's a decent color. I set this up in another video. You guys don't have this. I shouldn't even show it, but I'll edit it out. Okay. So now that we fixed all that bullshit. Alright, so we've got our play multiplayer animation. I'm gonna drag this down closer to our event begin play, so we have both of these on here. This plays this. Now let's test it in multiplayer so you can see that it doesn't really work. At least in theory it shouldn't work. Hit play. Notice that it works on this dude. It kind of played on there, but they don't show up on each other's. And that's kind of what we expect. So how do we fix that? We want this animation to play on both the client and the server. Well, this is how I do it. I'll show you. First thing we want to do is check for authority, which we do switch has authority, and then we're going to do some things, some stuff and things. First, we're going to create some custom events. We're going to call server underscore play animation. That's not even close to spelling animation. What the hell happened there? Animation. Alright, another custom event. We're gonna call this client underscore play animation. And on these events, we're gonna make this replicated to run on client reliable, and this one run on server and reliable. Do I explain to you guys what these are? That means? Sure. Run on server is going to run on server. Reliable, it means that it will almost always try to make sure that it's executed, and there's some things that you don't necessarily need to execute all the time, which sometimes, like simple animations or like FX fluff, you don't need it running all the time. So if you're running a multiplayer game, it might be a good idea to not make everything reliable, only the necessary stuff. Alright, now we got that out of the way. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make this... Actually, I'm not gonna do it yet because I want to show you what happens when you don't do it this way. So if we do server play multiplayer animation, it executes on the server. And let's just drag this off for now to test, and I'll show you the difference. Let's not run that. So let's just call, oh, we execute this on the server. It should probably replicates everything else, right? Right? That's what you'd think, but that's not how it works, is it? It plays here, and the animation plays in here, but it doesn't play on the client. So it's only playing on the server. Weird, right? Okay. Let's add this authority check. What happens if we say remote? Just curious. Should only play on the clients, which will show up on the server. Yeah, not here, but the client is showing up on the server. The server doesn't play because the server does not, or it is not remote to itself, if that makes sense. It's only the remote animation is playing, which is on the client, and it's only playing on the server. So that will kind of give a visual representation of what we're trying to do, or of how things work, and now I'll show you what we're trying to do. So if we want client play animation, we actually want to ask the server to play the animation. And so now we say, okay, if we're remote, which means we're the client, we say client play animation. And this will call server play animation. Oop. So now the client is telling the server to play the client's animation on the server. Cool. Okay, so now we say if we are the server, let's say server play animation. Like move these over here, delete this. Now let's test that. So we get them both playing, but they're not playing on the client. Isn't that strange? So the server currently has control of everything as we like, but now we want to say, okay, we want to multicast this, which means if you highlight it, replicate this event from the server to everyone else. Server executes this event locally too. Only call this from the server. So that's what we have set up. If you notice, that's why we set it up this way, is so that, okay, the client is asking the server to play the animation. The server is asking itself to play the animation because it's a dedicated listen server. This actually doesn't really work so well if you're doing dedicated servers versus listen servers. I'll get into that some other time. So anyway, now that this is multicast, it should work because the server will play the animation to everything. So now when we hit play, see animations here, but we didn't see the server's animation on the client. That bugs me. Alright, so it's kind of weird that this doesn't work as I would expect it to, but this is how we usually replicate variables correctly, but for
When I'm on vacation, I want less of this and more of this. Welcome to a vacation that's so much more with Norwegian Cruise Line. Tear it up in Jamaica one day, and jam in Aruba another. Followed by amazing meals when you're back on board. Ooh la la. But there's more! And did I mention the unlimited drinks? I love more. Sorry. Experience more with Norwegian.
Okay, so Doritos has asked fans to make their Super Bowl commercials. So we are asking Super Bowl experts which they like best, okay? Let's watch.
Oh my God. Oh. This is next level.
Hello guys, and welcome to my video about replication basics. Okay, so for this video, first of all, what's good to know is that you can get this entire project on our Patreon, so link is down in the description. And yeah, for this video I made this little custom map here in which I will be going over some replication basics and just overall the concept of replication and what that term even means. So I've made a couple of scenarios here and a couple of cool little basically actors to showcase replication so that you guys have a good understanding of how this works. So let's start one player, and I will start with the first thing, which is that term replication. So what actually is replication? Well, for the non-English speakers, let's first look at what the actual word replication means. So to replicate something basically means to copy or to have a duplicate of something. So imagine a nice painting, right? Like this painting over here. It has a nice view and everything. So imagine a nice painting and then you want another copy of it. Then in that case, you can also use the word that you want to replicate this painting. So if you have a Da Vinci painting and you want that painting a second time, then you can replicate that painting. In this case, like it says here on the bottom, you now have two of the exact same ones. So basically, if this is our original painting, then over here we have a replicated painting. Now let's look at how that applies in our engine. Okay, yeah, so I made these pills and these are basically replicated, so they have movement and expressions, but these two guys keep they keep escaping their box basically. But yeah, so let's look at replication. So I got this example over here of how we actually apply replication now that we understand what that term is. So let me read it like this. Now that we understand the term replication, let's take a look at how this applies to Unreal Engine multiplayer situations. In Unreal Engine multiplayer, every connected computer/player has its own instance of a game. So what I mean by that is basically when you start the .exe file of your game, then imagine that this over here represents your computer. So you have your own personal computer, your PC, and over there you click on the .exe file and then your game is running. Now what you can also call that, instead of saying your game is running, is that you can call it an instance. So that's what I wrote down here on the bottom, an instance. And every game that runs has its own instance. And that's also how single player games work basically. But in multiplayer, that's the same stuff. So you will now have an instance running on player 1, you have an instance running on player 2's computer, and then you also have an instance running on player 3's computer. Now, in order to apply replication in this case, you want to have the instance of the server, which can be player 1 or a dedicated server, for instance. You want this instance, just like those two paintings over there, to be replicated to all of the connected clients. So over here, I built this little switch, and as it says here on the ground right now, replication is off. And you can also see these guys are moving in the 3 boxes in all different types of directions. So they're not in sync right now. So basically, to illustrate how replication then works, if I am to turn this box on, then you see that after a certain amount of time, it probably takes like 6 seconds for them to move into their locations. Then right now we see that all of these little tic tac guys over here are actually in sync. So whatever is going on here on instance 1, PC1, which can be the host of the session, the host of the match, is now also happening here on PC2 and also here on PC3. And that's where that term replication really comes into play. So here yet again, you see that they are now in sync, and it also says it here on the floor. Okay, so now that we understand what replication is and how that works, let's look at how this actually applies in Unreal Engine. So basically, like we wrote over here, the server. Here we have the server of the game. Server is running its own game instance of the game. The server can either be dedicated or a player hosting a server. So what you typically see is that bigger games, there is just one computer somewhere in a data center or something like that from Amazon that is basically dedicated to serving your data. That's also why it's called a server. And those you call a dedicated server. You can rent those online and you can run your game file on them. And then what you also have is that instead of just having like a dedicated server, you can have actual players hosting your game. And that's what you call a listen server. So basically there is one host and then you have clients joining that host, and then the clients are listening, and that's where the term listen server comes from. The clients are listening to the server which serves them all of the data. Okay, so then what do the clients mean in this picture? Well, basically, now that we know that the server basically sends his state, so to keep everybody in sync to all the connected clients, then what do the clients do? Because obviously, if you walk around with your little tic tac, if you are that tic tac over there and walk around, then you want that to be sent to the server so that the server can then send it back to all the clients and keep everybody in sync. So that's what the clients do. Clients receive updates from the server, as it says here, about the server state. This way, the clients can update their own instances to be in sync with the server state server instance. It is also the client's job to send their data to the server so that the server can broadcast that information back to all connected clients and thus keep everybody in sync. So that's the task of the clients, and essentially the server is a client as well, if the server is actually a player hosting a session and not a dedicated server. Because you as a server are also having input and sending that to all the clients, and the client is also having input, sending that to the server and having the server send it to all the clients. And then we can turn off the replication here. And each instance, each computer here is now doing their own logic again, and you will see that they are now out of sync. All right, I hope that is a good example and a good understanding of how this works. So then let's look at what I wrote over here. So basically over here, I said, how does Unreal Engine handle replication? Because now that we understand that concept, how do we actually apply all of that stuff? Well, I wrote that here in 3 little steps. Basically, the first thing that we have to do in Unreal Engine is that once you go into a class, you have to turn on a variable called replicates. And once you turn on that variable called replicates, at that point, if we go back over here to this example, at that point, the server will then basically have control over these other clients. Now, that does not instantly mean that everything that happens on the server automatically happens here on the clients. No, if you turn that replicates variable on, the server now basically has the ability to override the clients, and that you can also call correct the clients. But as we saw before, it is also the client's task to send their information to the server, because otherwise the server can simply not know what the clients are doing. And if the server does not know what the clients are doing and doesn't get any signals from the clients, then it can also not broadcast their data and make sure that everybody is in sync. So if we turn on that set replicates to true, then now we basically enable the possibility for multiplayer, but then we still have to program multiplayer. Okay, then let's get back to our example over here. Okay, so that's how we turn on replication. Well, then let's look at the second thing. So like I just explained, now we actually have to use stuff to make the multiplayer happen, because now we just enabled it, and I will show you where you can find this replicates in a second. But now we actually have to make sure that we make the game replicate and that the clients can also share their data with the server and vice versa. So for that we have variables. This is just general in programming. You have variables, and variables contain values. So in Unreal Engine there's 2 types of variables. Well, actually 3. There is a non-replicated variable. That just means that it just exists on your instance of your game and it's not replicated. So it's just happening on your computer and your computer only. Then we have a version called replicated variables. It's the one that you see here in blue. Basically what that means is that that variable now exists on your server instance and on your client instance, but the server now has control over that client side variable. So what that means is that most of you have probably heard of a term called ping or latency. So based on your ping, the server sends the clients all types of updates. And behind the scenes, this is all handled by Unreal Engine already for us. So we don't have to worry about that. But once a variable is set to replicate it, then the server-side version of that variable will basically correct the client-side version depending on what your latency as a client is, or your ping. So now that it is set to replicate, then the server will try to do its best to send as much updates to you, the client, as possible. And then there is another version of a replicated variable, and that is what Unreal Engine calls a rep notify variable. And as the name suggests, it notifies you of something with a replication. So basically, when replication occurs, it will notify you. And in reality, that rep notify, how it works is that imagine that you have a variable, and let me actually go ahead and show you this right now. So let's open up this blueprint over here.
Now you can save on Cox Internet when you add Cox Mobile, which means fiber-powered internet at home and unbeatable 5G reliability on the go. Do more without spending more. Get Cox Internet for just $35 a month when you add Cox Mobile.
Okay, so let's create a new variable so that I can showcase what this rep notify does. So I will call it just variable. So imagine that you have a variable, right? This one over here. Currently, this is not set to replicate. So on my game, it will do this. On this person's game, it will do this. And on the third person's game, it will do whatever. It can have different values for all these clients. Now, if I set this guy to replicate over here, so in the details panel, when you select the variable, set it to replicate. Now we see these two little balls on top appear. And what that means is that basically those balls indicate the server state and the client state being in sync. That's why they are also overlapped. So if we take a look here at our character, I remade this basically. So here you have the server state and the client state overlapping each other, which basically means that they are syncing with each other. And the reason why it is tilted, so why one ball is on top and the other on the bottom, is because the server sends the information down to the client. That's how replicated variables work. So once you turn a variable here to replicate it, you will basically get those two balls here. And now we have our server side variable. So here we have the variable on the server. And then over here, we have that same variable on the client. And that server one will keep correcting that client one every little update that occurs in multiplayer. And updates happen very quickly. There's super low latency nowadays. But if you're playing with somebody from Japan and you're situated in Germany, for instance, then there might be a little bit more latency going on here. All right, so that's how you do replicated variable. But then let's talk about that last one, that rep notify variable. So once you turn this on, you see that in the variable, nothing changed. But here on the left, we just got a new function. And that function is automatically created for us once we switched this replicated to rep notify. And this function here, you cannot double click it and open it up, can contain some logic, and it's up to you to program whatever kind of logic you want in there. So regarding the variable, well, nothing changed, as you see, it's still replicating. But how does this work? Well, every time that the variable gets changed, so let's say over here that the variable got changed from true to false. So every time that your variable is out of sync and basically gets changed or updated, then automatically this rep notify function here gets called. So what is this useful for? Well, basically, let's say that this variable over here is set to false, and now it's turned on to true. If you want to display that in your user interface, you don't want to like event tick. You don't want to on tick check basically whether or not the value has already changed. No, you want that automatically to happen, and that's what Unreal Engine made that rep notify for. So every time that the value inside of this variable gets changed, your on rep gets called. Okay, now that we understand what an on rep is, then we can walk to the last part here of the puzzle. Over here, the last part to make multiplayer work in Unreal Engine is remote procedure calls, and they are also known as RPCs. So what are remote procedure calls? Well, in Unreal Engine, there's 3 types of remote procedure calls: run on owning client, run on the server, and multicast. So let's take a look at what those are. So back into my blueprint, if we just open up this guy here, here, because you can have remote procedure calls in any blueprint, but back in this blueprint, let's create a custom event. So we do custom event and call it do something. Just like this. Okay, then by default, when this event gets called, so if I type do something and have a button call this event here, then by default, this event just runs on that instance of the client. So like we saw here, it will just run on the instance of the client because it is not replicated. Then over here, you see some remote procedure call options. So what we can do over here is basically set it to run on the owning client, and you see executes on owning client. So now this event only happens on an owning client. And then over here we see a target. So here you can then specify on who you want to run this event. Well, right now, since we are in this blueprint itself, the target will say self. But let's say that you call this event from another blueprint, then you can input a target here on who you want to execute this function. Then we also have here run on server. So this means that this event will now be ran on the server and on the server only. So to put that into perspective again, here we have the server. If we use an event called run on server and we call it from a client, so the client presses a button, run on server event fires, then the client basically executes an event that happens here on the server. And then the last one that we have is here the multicast. And what does that do? Well, the multicast can only be called when on the server. So if we take a look over here, then basically the client, let's sync them again, then basically the client can send a multicast event to the server, but then nothing will happen because, like I just said, multicast can only be executed from the server. So in this scenario, the server can call a multicast, and what a multicast does is that it broadcasts an event on the server itself and on all of the connected clients. So let's say a particle, for instance, that you want replicated, then the server would basically call a multicast event where it would create that particle, and then the particle would appear on the server. And like I just explained, since it broadcasts it to all the clients, the particle will also appear on client 1 and client 2, etc, etc. So with those events, you can very specifically target which events gets executed where and for which players it's visible. So back to that owning client one, that one is intended to be used on the server. So let's say that the server wants to send a certain event to one specific client. Let's say that it wants to update client number 1's UI, but specifically client number 1. Now what the server can do is that it can find client number 1 in its server array of all the connected clients and run an owning client event on specifically that one client. So that's for you to understand what RPCs are useful for and how you can actually apply those. Now, in my future videos from this series, I will go into each one of these specifically. So I will go specifically into owning client events and examples for them, specifically into server events and examples for them, and specifically into multicast events and create great examples for them so that you guys have a good understanding of how this works. Okay, now that we understand all of these basics, then let's look at an example that I have over here. So this is a replicated actor example. Well, as we see, it has those two balls above its head, and those are basically the symbol of replication in our engine. So right now, one is white, the other one is red. That means that this one is currently, this actor here is currently not set to replicate. So it will only show on the server. So let's actually create two players over here. So if I go into our engine here to the top, select number of players 2, net mode listen server, which means one player is the server, the host, and the other one is the client listening to the host. So if we do this and start, then let's put a window on the left and a window on the right. Now, first of all, on top here, we're going to see client 1. So this is the client, and here on the right, we are seeing server. Okay, so now we have this guy over here, and this guy is basically this instance here. And now we have this guy over here, which is this white PC over here. Well, then let's take a look at the guy that I have here as an example of what replication is. So let's walk to him. Okay, what do we see here? Well, since the server state is not replicating to this client guy, we see that this guy, which all he does, all the logic that he has is that he just rotates randomly. So we see that on the server, he's now looking to the right over there. And on the client, we see that he's now just looking straight forward. And that's basically all he's doing. And whatever that server is doing, that client guy is really not up to date of what is happening here. So let's look at that character, and then, like what we saw over here, the turn on replicates, let's try that and see what happens. So inside of this blueprint, just to quickly talk about the logic here, all it does is that it just starts to move basically on begin play, and then it will start random movement here, which is has replicated variables. So this data inside of here is set to replicate. So basically the actor here starts to move, but only on switch has authority, which means authority is the server, remote is the client. Also, this type of stuff I will go over in more detail in upcoming videos. But basically on begin play, only the server will execute this logic. Now, what this means here is that this event here, even though it's not replicated or set to run on the server, this currently just executes only on the server because we're running it off of the authority. So on the server, we are getting this actor location, so this guy, and then basically we are getting a random reachable point in a radius of 300, which means 3 meters. And that's the location that we want to look at basically. So we just store this in a server variable called random location. Since that is set to replicate, the clients will also know what values are in here and will also automatically be updated with these values, even though they never ran this event here and even though they never ran this logic. And then we just set whether or not this guy is rotating to true, which is also replicated. And then the following logic is on event tick. So this happens for both the server and the client because it's not specified with a switch has authority whether or not it only happens on one of them. So basically this happens on server and client. When rotating is set to true, and we get that by replication, then the actor starts to rotate into a certain direction. And then after rotating, basically we wait a couple of seconds and we rotate again. So that's literally all this code does. So as we saw, right now it was not in sync. If I then go to my class defaults, I get this replicates variable here and set it to true. Then what happens is that then if we play it with 2 players like this, get one guy here to the right and the other one to the left, then we see that the 2 balls on top of the guy's head, symbolizing replication, are now both white. And we see that both on the server and the client, we are seeing the exact same movement of this guy. So yeah, I hope that this gave us a clear example of the basics of replication and also just the term of replication and an introduction to that. First of all, you must turn it on in order to be able to work with anything regarding replication. And then besides that, you basically have to use replicated variables or rep notify variables. And then last, you have to use remote procedure calls in order to make the clients also communicate with the server. Okay guys, if you're interested in this project and taking a look behind the scenes of how I realized this, then it's available on our Patreon. And in the next video, I will be going in more detail with actual examples of replication. So I will talk about, for instance, those replicated variables and rep notifies and show some proper use cases. And I'll show use cases of the owning client and other multiplayer stuff here as well. So owning client, run on server, and multicast. Okay guys, see you in the next video. Bye bye.
I'm so sorry.
Rachel! Everyone wants to know, what's your secret for yet another seamless software release?
We basically brainstormed and then we mapped out the technical changes in Lucid, and the code basically wrote itself.
You heard it here first. Try Lucid free.
Greetings, gentlemen and ladies. In today's video, I'm going to show you how to basically make any anything multiplayer, anything occur on. So, for example, there we go. We see my guy equipping his gun or shooting his gun. And what you can see on the left and the right is two clients being connected, and they both see the same thing, and that's the point. So let's dive right in, and I'm going to try to make this really simple. This is, I got confused trying to figure this out a lot, watched a lot of tutorials. A lot of it was more than I needed to know, and I just needed to know how to do it. So that's what I'm going to try to focus on in this video, how to make anything multiplayer, any event multiplayer replicated. So let's say it's, shooting a projectile or equipping a gun or just spawning an actor. Right, let's do that one. Let's just spawn an actor. Let's do something really simple. And the same formula applies for basically everything. So this is my character blueprint right now, and I'm just going to go ahead and get a new hotkey. Let's get the space bar going on. And then I'm going to go ahead and just go custom event. This will be the server spawn act. So let's call it server spawn whatever, right? I'm going to just title it that way so it's clear that you can just name that whatever you want. Okay, this is the server spawn whatever. And it's good to put SVR, server whatever, because we're going to do, first we need to do the server version, run on server of the event. And then what we need to do is another custom event, which is replicated to all the clients connected. So don't worry if that's not clear yet. You don't need to really understand it, you just need to know how to do it. So this is the multicast custom event, which replicates on multicast. So I'm just going to call this multi spawn whatever. Okay, so there's server spawn whatever, multi spawn whatever, and we need both of these if we want all the clients to see the thing that happens. So basically it works like this. First, the player does the thing on their local client. They send that thing to the server. The server does basically registers that command from the client. The server then tells all the other clients in the multi-spawn and the multicast to do the same thing, right? So player one equips gun, sends that event to the server. Server is like, okay, I heard you. I'm going to tell everybody else that you just equipped the gun. And then the multi-spawn basically sends that to so everybody else sees it, that you equip the gun, right? Okay, so let's see how this works. So like I say, this is run on server, this is run on multicast. In the multicast is where we actually do our things, right? So for example, if it's spawn actor from class, and let's just, I'm going to choose a silly one here. I'm going to choose like, say, I don't know, I'm just going to spawn a gun. Randomly spawn a gun. All right, so now let's maybe, okay, so here's the multi-spawn doing the thing. So right now, this is not going to do anything until the server tells the multi-spawn to do it, right? So I'm just going to go server tell multi-spawn whatever. Server, call this action of multi-spawn, and then the multi-spawn will do that thing. But the spacebar in the client is actually going to call the server version of the spawn whatever. Right, so here's the player hitting spacebar. It's saying to call the server event right here, and then the server is basically just saying, I hear you. I'm going to tell everybody else. So it's triggering the multi-spawn, and the multi-spawn is actually doing the things. So what we're going to probably want to do is, say for example, take the spawn transform. We might want to figure out where to spawn that transform, and we're going to get our client to tell us where they are in the world, because maybe we want to spawn the gun, let's say, right on their head or something like that, right? Something silly so you guys can know what I'm going to do. So spawn transform will do, let me just split that. So we have location, rotation, scale. We're just going to grab the location for now, and I'm going to drag that pin into my multicast. When I do that, I'll notice that it's also appeared over here, and I'm going to drag that over into my server bit. And then my server bit is also going to appear right over here, and here's where I can actually send some information into that, like where is, for example, here's my character mesh. Let's get socket location of the player's head. Where's the player's head right now when they hit the button, because that's where we want to spawn the thing. So I'm just going to send that information right there It's going to that's going to send to the server. Server's going to be like, okay, I know what to do. I know where it is. And then the multi-spawn is going to be like, okay, I know where it is too, and I'm going to spawn the gun right there. So I'm just going to compile that, and that's actually pretty much all there is to it. That is as simple as it is. But let me show you that in action here. So here we have client number 1 on the left, or whatever, client number 2 on the right, and I hit the space bar. Oh, and there's the gun on my head. All right, so the gun spawns on your head, and you can see it appears on both the left and the right, and that's kind of all there is. You know, that's kind of the nutshell for how to do that, right? A little further explanation I could probably say, for example, you might want to think about what information you need to send over to the server. Like, what does the server actually need to know? Try to send as little information as you need to, so that you have, you know, less communication, you know, faster response times, all that sort of stuff. So in this case, all I need to know is it's always going to be the mini, but let's say it wasn't always the minigun. All right, so let's say it's something else. So let me go ahead and make that a flexible variable, right? So I'm going to drag the actor class over here, and now I'm going to connect that over here. And now I'm going to be like, okay, now I can select which actor class to spawn over here. So maybe it's going to be a different thing. Spin, there we go, a different gun that I have. So now the client is saying I want to spawn a different gun, right? And since we've made that like a variable that we're sending now, that depending on whatever the client's wanting to say, it'll be a different gun on spawning on his head, which is where guns, you know, should spawn, I think, right? I think that's how it works in reality and physics. Anyway, I hope you guys have found this video helpful. I just wanted to do a short, uncomplicated how to actually do multiplayer stuff without necessarily fully understanding all the things, but basically how to just pull it off, how to do it. Okay, hope you guys enjoyed this video. I'll see you later.
I'm pretty crazy, loud, colorful, and passionate with art.
What's up, devheads? Have you ever tried creating a multiplayer game where the server and the client see things differently and things were out of sync? Well, sit back and relax because today I will show you the correct way to replicate. Let's start off by creating a new Unreal Engine project. Click on Library and launch your preferred Unreal Engine version. This example, I clicked on Games and then I chose the third-person template and I named the project Flag Rep. If you enjoy watching UE5 tutorial videos, don't forget to like and subscribe. First thing first, let's clear up this area by deleting the default meshes. Then we're going to start off by creating a new blueprint actor. I'm going to call mine Flag 1. I double click it to open it. And then we're going to add a cube for the pole. I should have chosen a cylinder for the pole, but for this example, I went with the cube. The main goal is to make it thin and long. You can change mode by hitting spacebar to change it from rotation to moving to resizing. And now we're going to add a cone to use it as a so-called flag. Then we're going to drag it up so it can be up on the pole. Then we're going to rotate it -90 degrees and push it outward for all to see. I wasn't happy with the height of the pole, so I made it taller. And then I dragged the flag all the way to the top. To showcase how to do replication right, I need some type of trigger, so I added a box collision. We are going to make it bigger and we're going to drag it in front of the pole so it can trigger as you walk to it. And voila, we are done with the first flag. Don't forget to compile to check for errors. Now we're going to drag our creation and drag it to our level. I then rotated it to 90 degrees so it can be in front of our spawn points for an easy trigger. I pushed the flag slightly forward and the spawn point slightly back to add room for the other flag. Now that we're done positioning the first flag, duplicate the flag blueprint and call it Flag 2. Since we created a copy, just drag it out and add it to your level. Adjust the height and rotate it 90 degrees so it can be facing the same way as the first flag. Make sure they're on the same grid so they can look asymmetrical. I separated them a bit so they can have a gap in between them. And then I hit play so I can test them out visually, and I was happy with the results. Now this is where we're going to start adding replication coding. For the first flag, I'm going to create the most common way people do replication. It is not wrong if you know what you're doing, but there is a better way. Click on the event graph and let's start adding blueprints. I've seen many YouTube examples showing this method. Like I said, it's not wrong for quick burst effects, but it is wrong when keeping things persistent, like if somebody joins mid-game. Now we're going to click on the box collision, and on the right side we're going to add on component end overlap. In the event graph, we're going to drag out the cone because we're going to make it change color when you step on the trigger. We're going to drag from the cone node and set a material. I went to the viewport to check on the material that the cone currently has. I clicked on the magnifying tool, and to my surprise there was a second material which we were going to use for this example. I selected the orange material and then I went back to the set material and clicked on the arrow pointing left. That will take our selection to add to the node. So now every time we hit the overlap trigger box, the flag should turn orange. To finalize the flag, I made sure that the flag was replicated by check marking replicates and replicate movement if I do decide to add movement to this object. I then clicked on the cone object because this is what we're going to change colors, and I also replicated that object. I compiled and saved to check for errors. Then I clicked on the level to test. but then I decided to add a do once so it won't be triggered more than once. I compiled and I hit play and everything worked as intended. When we overlap on the trigger box, the flag should now turn orange. Now we're going to test this with multiplayer. Make sure you change the number of players to 2, and then on net mode, change it to play as listen server. I then hit play and I adjust the screens so I can have a better view of both viewports. And like I said, this method does work. When I overlap with the trigger box, the flag now turns orange and you can see it on the client side and on the server side. If you have any questions or are getting stuck, feel free to leave a comment below and I'll reply as soon as possible. Now we're going to close out and test the server. And again, everything works great. But what will happen if we reconnect or if we join mid-game? On console, I hit the tilde key and typed in reconnect. And here is the problem. As you can see, the flag turned blue and it's not persistent. The client sees the flag as blue and the server still sees the flag as orange. This is a big problem if you want things to be persistent, especially when people join mid-game or reconnect. So now it's time to do it the proper way. Let's go into our content folder and double click on the flag 2 blueprint. Go into the event graph, click on your box collision, and add on component begin overlap. Before I forget, we're going to replicate flag 2 by clicking on self and clicking on replicates checkmark along with replicate movement, and then we're going to click on cone and we're going to check mark components replicates. To do this properly, we're going to create a bool variable and call it flag change question mark. For best practice, I always like to add a question mark for the boolean. I then dragged out the flag change variable and clicked on set. I checkmarked the node and set it to true so that when this node is ran, it will be set to true. And this only happens when somebody overlaps with the box collision that is in front of the flag. Just like the other flag, I'm just gonna allow this to run it once by adding a do once node. I attached everything together, compiled, and double checked that everything was ready for a test. Before hitting play, I remembered that the boolean needed to be replicated, so I clicked on it and I set the replication to rip notify. When you add rip notify to a boolean, it will automatically create a function for you. Double click the function and here we can add the function to perform and it will be replicated. And guess what? It will be persistent. So now I'm going to demonstrate the right way by setting the material change in this function. I went to flag 1 blueprint and I copied set material node. Drag out the cone to set it to the set material target. And then we're going to connect everything together. Since I copied the set material from flag 1, I do not have to set the material. Now it's time to test. Let's hit play and it's time to test with the server. I ran to the trigger box on flag 2 and everything worked as expected. Now for the true test, let's reconnect as a client. On console, I typed in disconnect, which disconnected me from the server and connected me to my server, which should, in theory, make the flag blue. I then reconnected to the server session and guess what? The flag is still orange. And guess what? Any new clients connecting to the server will see the object the same as everyone does. Just to double check, let's type in reconnect and see what happens. Instantly, you'll see the flag is still orange. If you still don't believe me, I'm going to do it a second time. I went to the So now it's time to do it the proper way. Let's go into our content folder and double click on the flag 2 blueprint. Go into the event graph, click on your box collision, and add on component begin overlap. Before I forget, we're going to replicate flag 2 by clicking on self and clicking on replicates checkmark along with replicate movement. And then we're going to click on cone and we're going to check mark components replicates. To do this properly, we're going to create a bool variable and call it flag change question mark. For best practice, I always like to add a question mark for the boolean. I then dragged out the flag change variable and clicked on set. I checkmarked the node and set it to true so that when this node is ran, it will be set to true. And this only happens when somebody overlaps with the box collision that is in front of the flag. Just like the other flag, I'm just gonna allow this to run it once by adding a do once node. I attached everything together, compiled, and double checked that everything was ready for a test. Before hitting play, I remembered that the boolean needed to be replicated, so I clicked on it and I set the replication to rip notify. When you add rip notify to a boolean, it will automatically create a function for you. Double click the function, and here we can add the function to perform, and it will be replicated. And guess what? It will be persistent. So now I'm going to demonstrate the right way by setting the material change in this function. I went to flag1 blueprint and I copied set material node. Drag out the cone to set it to the set material target. And then we're going to connect everything together. Since I copied the set material from flag1, I do not have to set the material. Now it's time to test. Let's hit play and it's time to test with the server. I ran to the trigger box on flag 2 and everything worked as expected. Now for the true test, let's reconnect as a client. On console, I typed in disconnect, which disconnected me from the server and connected me to my server, which should, in theory, make the flag blue. I then reconnected to the server session, and guess what? The flag is still orange. And guess what? Any new clients connecting to the server will see the object the same as everyone does. Just to double check, let's type in reconnect and see what happens. Instantly, you'll see the flag is still orange. If you still don't believe me, I'm going to do it a second time. I went to the console and hit reconnect, and guess what? The correct flag to the right stayed orange and the incorrect flag to the left stayed blue. You now know the correct way to replicate. Don't forget to like and subscribe if this video was useful to you. It will really mean a lot to me. Now for more UE, so now it's time to do it the proper way. Let's go into our content folder and double click on the flag 2 blueprint. Go into the event graph, click on your box collision, and add on component begin overlap. Before I forget, we're going to replicate flag 2 by clicking on self and clicking on replicates checkmark along with replicate movement, and then we're going to click on cone and we're going to check mark components replicates. To do this properly, we're going to create a bool variable and call it flag change question mark. For best practice, I always like to add a question mark for the boolean. I then dragged out the flag change variable and clicked on set. I checkmarked the node and set it to true so that when this node is ran, it will be set to true. And this only happens when somebody overlaps with the box collision that is in front of the flag. Just like the other flag, I'm just gonna allow this to run it once by adding a do once node. I attached everything together, compiled, and double checked that everything was ready for a test. Before hitting play, I remembered that the boolean needed to be replicated, so I clicked on it and I set the replication to rip notify. When you add rip notify to a boolean, it will automatically create a function for you. Double click the function, and here we can add the function to perform, and it will be replicated. And guess what? It will be persistent. So now I'm going to demonstrate the right way by setting the material change in this function. I went to flag1 blueprint and I copied set material node. Drag out the cone to set it to the set material target. And then we're going to connect everything together. Since I copied the set material from flag1, I do not have to set the material. Now it's time to test. Let's hit play and it's time to test with the server. I ran to the trigger box on flag 2 and everything worked as expected. Now for the true test, let's reconnect as a client. On console, I typed in disconnect, which disconnected me from the server and connected me to my server, which should, in theory, make the flag blue. I then reconnected to the server session, and guess what? The flag is still orange. And guess what? Any new clients connecting to the server will see the object the same as everyone does. Just to double check, let's type in reconnect and see what happens. Instantly, you'll see the flag is still orange. If you still don't believe me, I'm going to do it a second time. I went to the console and hit reconnect, and guess what? The correct flag to the right stayed orange and the incorrect flag to the left stayed blue. You now know the correct way to replicate. Don't forget to like and subscribe if this video was useful to you. It will really mean a lot to me. Now for more UE5 videos, click on the playlist to the right. content folder, and double click on the Flag 2 blueprint. Go into the event graph, click on your box collision, and add on component begin overlap. Before I forget, we're going to replicate Flag 2 by clicking on self and clicking on replicates checkmark along with replicate movement, and then we're going to click on cone and we're going to check mark components replicates. To do this properly, we're going to create a bool variable and call it flag change question mark. For best practice, I always like to add a question mark for the boolean. I then dragged out the flag change variable and clicked on set. I checkmarked the node and set it to true so that when this node is ran, it will be set to true. And this only happens when somebody overlaps with the box collision that is in front of the flag. Just like the other flag, I'm just gonna allow this to run it once by adding a do once node. I attached everything together, compiled, and double checked that everything was ready for a test. Before hitting play, I remembered that the boolean needed to be replicated, so I clicked on it and I set the replication to rip notify. When you add rip notify to a boolean, it will automatically create a function for you. Double click the function, and here we can add the function to perform, and it will be replicated. And guess what? It will be persistent. So now I'm going to demonstrate the right way by setting the material change in this function. I went to flag 1 blueprint and I copied set material node. Drag out the cone to set it to the set material target. And then we're going to connect everything together. Since I copied the set material from flag 1, I do not have to set the material. Now it's time to test. Let's hit play and it's time to test with the server. I ran to the trigger box on flag 2 and everything worked as expected. Now for the true test, let's reconnect as a client. On console, I typed in disconnect, which disconnected me from the server and connected me to my server, which should, in theory, make the flag blue. I then reconnected to the server session, and guess what? The flag is still orange. And guess what? Any new clients connecting to the server will see the object the same as everyone does. Just to double check, let's type in reconnect and see what happens. Instantly, you'll see the flag is still orange. If you still don't believe me, I'm going to do it a second time. I went to the console and hit reconnect, and guess what? The correct flag to the right stayed orange and the incorrect flag to the left stayed blue. You now know the correct way to replicate. Don't forget to like and subscribe if this video was useful to you. It will really mean a lot to me. Now for more UE5 videos, click on the playlist to the right. Time to do it the proper way. Let's go into our content folder and double click on the Flag 2 blueprint. Go into the event graph, click on your box collision, and add on component begin overlap. Before I forget, we're going to replicate Flag 2 by clicking on self and clicking on replicates checkmark along with replicate movement. And then we're going to click on cone and we're going to check mark components replicates. To do this properly, we're going to create a bool variable and call it flag change question mark. For best practice, I always like to add a question mark for the boolean. I then dragged out the flag change variable and clicked on set. I checkmarked the node and set it to true so that when this node is ran, it will be set to true. And this only happens when somebody overlaps with the box collision that is in front of the flag. Just like the other flag, I'm just gonna allow this to run it once by adding a do once node. I attached everything together, compiled, and double checked that everything was ready for a test. Before hitting play, I remembered that the boolean needed to be replicated. So I clicked on it and I set the replication to rip notify. When you add rip notify to a boolean, it will automatically create a function for you. Double click the function and here we can add the function to perform and it will be replicated. And guess what? It will be persistent. So now I'm going to demonstrate the right way by setting the material change in this function. I went to flag 1 blueprint and I copied set material node. Drag out the cone to set it to the set material target. And then we're going to connect everything together. Since I copied the set material from flag 1, I do not have to set the material. Now it's time to test. Let's hit play and it's time to test with the server. I ran to the trigger box on flag 2 and everything worked as expected. Now for the true test, let's reconnect as a client. On console, I typed in disconnect, which disconnected me from the server and connected me to my server, which should, in theory, make the flag blue. I then reconnected to the server session and guess what? The flag is still orange. And guess what? Any new clients connecting to the server will see the object the same as everyone does. Just to double check, let's type in reconnect and see what happens. Instantly, you'll see the flag is still orange. If you still don't believe me, I'm going to do it a second time. I went to the console and hit reconnect and guess what? The correct flag to the right stayed orange and the incorrect flag to the left stayed blue. You now know the correct way to replicate. Don't forget to like and subscribe if this video was useful to you. It will really mean a lot to me. Now for more UE5 videos, click on the playlist to the right.
Greetings, gentlemen and ladies. Old School Game Snob here. In today's video, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about multiplayer replication, especially using Rep and Notify. So what I've got here, let me show you really quick actually how we're looking in-game so you can see what we're up to. Basically that little high above the player's head, which is going to become a health number when I shoot, like so, and so on and so forth. Basically what we're doing here today is we're updating that little health bar above the player's head using Rep Notify. Now, this is the way that you would do it without Rep Notify, right? So first you would call a server event that would then call a multicast event that would set the text above the player's head. There's quite a bit to that. There's a few things. It's quite a few little steps in there, and I think it requires also some remote procedural calls that I think maybe use a little bit more resources than the Rep Notify method. I think that's my understanding of it. I'm just learning about it here today, and when I learn something new, I like to make a tutorial so I can remind myself how to do these things later. And hey, it seems like you guys have found some of those tutorials helpful, so here we are with Rep Notify here today as well. Basically, here's Rep Notify. Alright, so when you create a Rep Notify variable, so here we're setting my current health with Rep Notify. And in order to create a Rep Notify variable, all you have to do is set the replication to Rep Notify, right? When you do that, you will automatically have a function created that will just basically be called onRep underscore and then the name of your variable. That just gets created automatically. All right, now here's the thing about Rep Notify. Rep Notify are variables that are broadcast out to all clients from the server. So you can update them here like this, and they will broadcast out to all clients as well. So basically, what I'm doing instead now of this this whole RPC, server multicast call, instead of doing all this, which works if I plug this in, right? So I go ahead and plug this in. As you can see over here, let's just do a little compile and save. Let's grab the server side over here, and that works, right? That updates the health bar above the player's head, no problem. But like I say, there's quite a lot of stuff I got to plug in there, right? That's kind of clunky, and I believe it's also less efficient in terms of resource usage, right? Okay, so Rep Notify is the built-in multiplayer sort of system that Unreal has kind of built in for multiplayer purposes. So is my understanding. So like I say, when you create a new variable, and let me do one really quick here. Let me do a new variable. Let's go is zoomed, and we'll make that a Rep Notify. Right, and see what happened over there? As soon as I made that a Rep Notify, I got this function called isZoomed that was created automatically for me, right? So I've got this function now for my onRep health current, which is basically just the current health of my character. And inside that function, all I'm doing here, and this may or may not be the best way to do this because I'm just learning, guys, so if this is not a good way to do this overall, let me know in the comments, but it works pretty well. In this little function, all I'm doing is setting the text above my player's head to be the current health, and that is automatically replicated on the clients on the server. It's automatically replicated. I don't have to do any RPCs. It's just all built into Rep Notify. And so, yeah, this is my first successful usage of Rep Notify, and I'm like, whoa, that's pretty sweet. That's definitely a lot less cumbersome than this for every variable change or every little function, right? You just kind of connect it, plug it right into your function that is built into it. So yeah, hope you guys have enjoyed this video. That's kind of how to use Rep Notify in a nutshell. I was trying to figure it out and how to make it work, and this is actually a pretty good example. For those of you who are wondering how I got the text above my head, basically just add a text render component, and then in the construction script here, you can just take a look. I'm setting the text above head to hide. This text type is a text type of variable. So text above head is a text type of variable. The text renderer is the component over here, just plugged in there, right? And the set text is a function, set text for text renderer, which is the component up here. So if you guys are trying to figure out how to add little floating updated information above your character's head for just general good debugging and that sort of thing, that's how you do that. Hope you have enjoyed today's video. All right.
With got-to-be Metallic's pink passion, say goodbye to boring color. Defy what.
Hey guys, and welcome back to another Unreal Engine 4 tutorial. In today's video we're going to be going over replication once again, and in this one we're going to be replicating sprinting and basically the movement of that, so the player's speed actually changing and increasing and decreasing as well, obviously, as well as the animations themselves. So we're going to be replicating all of this good stuff. Now the animations do automatically when we do replicate the movement speed, so we're basically just going over the movement speed today, as everything else just falls into place with that. So let me hit play and show you what we're going to make today. So as you can see here, we've just got two players in here. This is walking. If I were to walk past this character on the right, you'll see that we're just walking like this. And if I were to now sprint, you'll see it's sprinting on both screens. And the same goes with both players and characters like this as well. So this is what we're going over and setting up today, creating a replicated sprinting movement system. You might notice the walking animation is a little bit janky. That's just because I'm using the default animations coming with the mannequin and I'm using on a very low speed, so it might not look amazing. You obviously just mess about those to get it perfect for you, and your own custom animations with a different character will probably look a lot better as well. Anyway, that is nothing to do with the code that we're going to do today. So like I say, this is what we're going to be going over creating today. So without further ado, let me delete this code and I'll show you how I've done it. So the first thing we want to do is we obviously want to open up our character blueprint, as that is where we're going to be doing the code for sprinting. So you may already have some sprinting code already, we're just going to modify that, or you can delete it and restart with what I'm doing here.